Aye.
Put it on the red, then if somebody calls you, it'll just vibrate.
Agenda additions and
Good. My way to get out of the meeting.
Agenda? Les,
Seeing none, I will approve the agenda as presented.
any additions from your end, Andrew?
I think we're good.
There's nothing, Mr. Chairman.
No comments. Okay, we have a motion on the table. All in favor? Carried. Minute approval from our November 10th, 2020 regular council meeting. Is there anybody see anything in the minutes? Councilor Gender? Okay. No questions, concerns? All in favor? Carried. We have public hearings on our bylaws, two bylaws at 1 o'clock. We'll move to number 6, council's request for information, 6.1 RMA bulletin, Universal Broadband Fund open for applications, page 5 of our package. And I see we had something come out yesterday too on broadband funding last night.
Yes, but this was brought forward by Councilor Nyberg, so I could.
So, I don't know, a few meetings ago, we talked about assigning myself as, I guess, some sort of liaison or to look into what we can do for rural internet service. And one of these ideas was this universal broadband that came forward. I did go on their website, and unfortunately, there is some money that is allocated, but it's in kind of conjunction with an internet provider. And Andrew and I spoke earlier about this. We could basically fund to put up our own tower and then sell it out and become our own entity, and then rent that tower out. I don't know. I have a problem with sometimes government getting into business that way. So I don't know if there's a lot here for us. I went on the website originally and ended up, I don't know if anybody else tried here from what we got that, but it was page not found on all 3 of the links that they'd sent out. So then I ended up talking to the lady in Ottawa, and she phoned me back and she apologized. She did get a hold of RMA, and then, yeah, I'm with the government, and I'm here to help are the 10 words we do not want to hear most times. So anyways, a lot of this money is going up north, by the sounds of it. So I'm not so sure that we're going to see a lot. There's not a lot here for us. So it's unfortunate, but not something we're doing. Go ahead, Andrew.
Okay, I just wanted to add, I do know on the slightly more silver lining side, I do know many of our local providers do aggressively pursue these federal funds. ExploreNet, CCI, and Netago, to name a few. And we do have a standing resolution from council to provide a letter of support to any private broadband provider who wishes one for their grant applications. And we have done that in the past.
Yeah. So that's some opportunity for us, I guess. I mean, we could put more effort into this and talk with the providers that are in our area, but I think they're already all on it and know quite openly that we are prepared to help them. The one thing maybe we could do is send a letter to all the providers within our areas mentioning this and saying that we do have a standing thing. So I'll make that motion actually, that we send a letter to the internet providers within our county boundary, letting them know that we are in support of any rural broadband that comes along, and give them this website as well as I mean, they'll already have it, but I think it's good that they know that we know. That's a good idea, Andrew.
Any questions on that? I've seen a motion on the table. All in favor? Carried. Okay, new business, request for decision, uncollectible property taxes on oil and gas properties, page 6 of our package.
Thank Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is, we have to cancel property taxes to be able to claim for Kirk and Dirk, and I think Sharon's joined us on Zoom, so I'll let her go through it with you. There she is.
Good morning. The uncollectible property tax in oil gas is where we can reclaim some of our provincial education credits and also the designated industrial. So I've attached the appendix of the companies that are either no longer in existence or have been closed off through receiverships. And we will make an application to the province to see if we can reclaim some of these costs. The total amount of taxes that I'm looking at canceling is $58,547.06, and it is authorized through legislation under section 347.
Thank you, Sharon. Is there Councillor Nixon?
I will make that recommendation. I could either, or move that we follow the recommendation. If you want me to read out the whole proposal there?
I don't think we need to read it into the record. It is part of the distributed package.
So therefore be resolved that council will cancel the 2018, 19, and 20 property taxes for properties identified on the attached appendix totaling $58,547.06 and direct administration to apply to the province of Alberta for the provincial education requisition credit for uncollected education property taxes on oil and gas properties identified for the years 2018, 2019, and 2020, the attached appendix.
Councillor Neitz?
Just a question. How far back can we go to request?
That far, I think.
Yeah. Is it only back to 18? Is that as far as we can go?
It was,
You can go back to 215.
yeah.
And it just happens to be that these particular accounts only go back to 218.
We initiated, it was Chrysler County that initiated basically getting all the other counties involved to push for this. And we initiated it in the summer of 2017, and they announced it in November of 17, and they backdated it at that time to 2015.
Councillor Stillberg?
Under the PERC program, does it recoup all the education taxes that the county paid on behalf of those taxpayers that didn't pay?
The ones on the list.
On that, so we get all that, all the education.
Education.
Education portion. Thanks.
Councillor Grover?
So these are all out of business. They're no longer in business, these companies.
Right, you'll remember that I think on the list, Questfire was taken over by Trident just before they went under. Canadian Oil and Gas, you guys worked through a deal with them, 2 years ago, Sharon? And Quattro
Yes.
was one of the first oil companies that we had that went bankrupt, to the tune of $1 million that they left the county of Stellar holding.
That's what I'm saying, but they're not in business now.
We have some Quattro wells that they have some contractors looking after, so they must be active. I think those are one of the ones that were being cherry-picked by some of the original board. But I'm not sure if they're still operating in the name of Quattro or if they've changed the name on it. Probably changed the name.
No, they're not. These Quattro accounts are ones that may have buildings and equipment still sitting there, and until they're either removed or adjusted through the orphan well, that is why they're still on the listing, but the receivership has been closed off. Avila is the company that took over any of the wells that are out of the receivership for Quattro. So that's why you see Canadian Oil and Gas and Quattro, and a couple of these other ones because of there's, buildings and structures and stuff still sitting there, which is still taxable until which time they're removed or taken off through the orphan law.
And we have to write them off to be able to be eligible for the perk. So if they, some crazy reason sell or they do pay, then we have to reactivate.
Never.
So what about the other requisitions that we play on this?
There's nothing.
What about waste management, anything like that?
No, that's all in the municipal rate. That's all calculated in the municipal rate. The housing authority would be the one that we get shorted on and have to backfill.
So housing authority is on this as well.
No, we get nothing back.
But that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm getting at. Which one? So what other ones are we paying on this that we don't?
Everything. So these are the total tax bills, right, Sharon? So that would include the housing requisition, the education requisition, and like Stettler Waste, recreation is all included in the municipal rate. We just break it out.
Yeah.
We don't get any of that back through a program. It's only the education tax.
Right. That's what I'm getting at. So just a thumbnail amount of this particular 50 some $1,000s we're talking about, what would be all the other all the other requisitions that we are going to have to backfill?
We'd have to get that together.
Just roughly, would it be $1,000?
Oh God, no, it'd be a lot more than that.
Okay.
More than that.
What would you estimate it at? Actually, I'll get Sharon's estimate because Yvette's been a little tough on numbers.
One day I moved the zero the wrong way.
And I just roughly, were we talking $5,000?
I haven't worked it out, but the school requisition that we may claim back, as an example, they changed the program up a little bit last year. Up to last year, it was just strictly the school requisition that we could reclaim.
Yeah.
Last year, when they did the shallow well, when they calculated the shallow well, they took a portion of all of the taxes. So last year's is going to be calculated a little bit differently.
Okay.
This is just a rough guess because I haven't calculated any of it out. We may see back from this when I collect it, I'm going to say $500 to $1,000, if that.
Okay. So at the end of the day, though, what we need to do is we need to let our member. We're going to have to do this. I mean, there's no two ways about it. But the squeaky wheel gets the grease. If we just continuously put this under, and just do it and just write it off and just go on, nobody gives a crap. We need to send a letter to Municipal Affairs explaining to them every time that we write one of these off, that we're writing off $58,000 that our other ratepayers, the farmers, the residential, and the good oil companies are going to have to make up the shortfall. They're not getting it in the province. I just don't think they're understanding how much money we are leaking out. We have to stop the leak, and this is one of them. So,
well, we have, like you say, we have lobbied the government in regards to housing. I think that's the only one that we could claim back through them if they chose to do it. And we, as Yvette can probably contest or answer to, that we did lobby in regards to trying to reclaim the housing, and they have not even addressed it or even looked at it.
Right, but I'm talking about also our member partners that are talking about ambulance, the member partners that are talking about fire, the member partners that are talking about recreation, the member partners that are talking about all the things that we do in partnership with all our other members in this community, member municipalities. This is we're bleeding here, and we're going to get killed by 1,000 cuts.
And this year is nothing in comparison to the past.
Exactly, right? That's what I'm saying. Like, I mean, if we don't tell them, how are they supposed to know? right? Yvette told me $86,000 that we are going to ask our other ratepayers to backfill to the senior housing. That's an enormous amount of money that we're going to have to ask everybody that does pay their taxes to come up with and put more change in the hat. It's not fair for these guys that are walking away scot-free. And these oil companies made a piss pot of money in the past, and they didn't put any of it away, and now we are asking the general ratepayer to pay the price, and that is, in my opinion, BS. We have to tell them. We have to make it known. We have to stand up, and we should be screaming from the rooftops that this is what's happening.
Yeah, I agree. Requisitions in the MGA are either Housing Authority, Education, or AHS. Thank God they haven't started requisitioning us for hospitals. The rest of them are supposed to be all included in the municipal rate. We can break it out. I mean, basically Sharon does that all the time when she calculates the taxes. We have lobbied extensively, especially on the Housing Authority, of what we've been backfilling the Housing Authority for the last 5 years. And, it's been anywhere from probably 30,000 to 90,000. It's huge. Last year, based on the $2 million from Trident, it was basically in our assessment that we couldn't collect, was what I based that $89,000 amount on. If some of that sold and they paid a prorated rate, we might recover a small bit of it, but it would still be in the $60,000 to $80,000 mark at the end of the year. And we've been doing that for the last 5 years.
And we are punishing even our good oil companies. And that's what the province, I don't think, understands, that we have to punish the good guys because of the bad. We should be punishing the bad guys.
But the bigger thing here too is go forward. The good oil companies are getting punished by the Orphan Well Fund, but that's, the amount that's in there, the amount of wells that are there, and the amount of money that's there. There's no way they can collect that from the good producers to continue forward. So either we're going to have a bunch of abandoned wells sitting around that these people haven't paid taxes on, or the taxpayers are going to pay for that too.
Mr. Chairman, one of the biggest things with the Housing Authority is it's a locally driven budget, right? So, I think it's fair that we show our partners, which is the town, Big Valley, Denelda, and the two summer villages, basically what our shortfall is, and hoping that they can help us make it up. But do we ask the Housing Authority to cut that budget by $80,000? And then you have to look at the Housing Authority board has to make a decision on the level of service that you want to provide to your patrons.
Unfortunately, and I know where you're coming from, Yvette, but that board is important because of the simple fact they are under the Housing Act, and under the Housing Act, any shortfall
comes from the municipalities.
From the municipality. So it doesn't matter. We're going to pay if we're short. We're paying Peter. We're going to pay Paul, right? So
yeah, and I
can't even rob Peter to pay Paul in this one because you are Peter.
Right, and I get that. I just think that the shortfall that we recognize from oil companies that can't pay their debts should be recognized by all our partners.
That's what I'm saying. We need to scream it from the rooftops that it has to be recognized. I don't think that everybody's quite getting it, what we're talking about. When we say we're not collecting taxes, this should be the front page of both the Independent and the East Central Review of how much the County of Stettler is losing, not only on shortcomings from the province, but in uncollectible taxes from these, and I will call them, I won't tell, awful oil companies, poorly managed, reputable pieces of crap.
I think the difference with the education taxes is that revenue is driven by the province. The Housing Authority is a local budget, and so basically they look at the local area to provide the money to run the Housing Authority on. Right?
Their shortfall, yeah. And I mean, it's in conjunction. We're asking now. I mean, we're looking at it could be a zero balance budget, which we're hoping. But there will be a 2% increase to the residents. So, who's paying, right? Our seniors are paying because these oil companies are delinquent. That's not right.
The ones we're talking about now aren't going to even feel guilty because they're nowhere to be found. But is there something? Could we be putting that in our county connection too, and then possibly be talking to media about what article would be put in, Nikki?
And we should send a letter to the municipal affairs minister. This is the kind of stuff we deal with day in, day out, day in, day out.
We
How many
have,
times have we sat at this table and forgiven oil field companies in the last 3 years? How many times have we done that? You
we,
can't count them on one hand, I tell you that much.
when we made our presentation to the Minister of Municipal Affairs in conjunction with Starland County, what both of us were experiencing shortfalls on housing was front and center. There were slides on it. Also, a handout. The handout that we gave the Minister of Municipal Affairs in September after we met with her on the assessment model review also highlighted the shortfall in the housing authority requisitions. We have not heard anything back on housing. I think one of the main reasons is because it is a locally driven budget.
It also stems back to how they calculate the school and the housing is off our equalized assessment.
Equalized assessment, yeah.
Yeah, so we're doubly hit because we're 66% of it.
We have screamed about equalized assessment until we're literally blue in the face, that it's not fair, that it's always behind. And, and their response to us is, well, it'll work itself out going forward. That it's not working when times are like this.
Any other questions? We do have a motion on the table. Councilor Nixon?
For that motion that we send a letter to municipal affairs? Or we make a different
Should be
motion?
a separate motion, I think.
Right, you're right. Would be in right, Wayne.
With the motion that Councilor Nixon has on the table, all in favor? Opposed? Is there any opposed? Okay. All in favor? Okay. You're making a second motion?
I'll make a motion that we send a letter to the municipal affairs, the energy minister, the minister of senior housing, and our local MLA, that this is the kind of stuff we're getting hit with on a regular basis. They need to know. The MLAs need to know.
Any questions? Councilor Gender?
Should we be putting in anything on to like over Cali over the years?
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Giving a breakdown. Any other questions? All in favor? Carried. 7.2, request for decision, forgiveness of tax penalty, page 9 of our package.
Mr. Chairman, this was basically a repeat of a motion that was made last month, and it was and it stemmed from our tax deadline being so late in the year that we hadn't had a lot of requests until right before taxes were due for anyone that was having problems. And this is a request from the auditor just to make sure that we have backed up all the rules, that we have given the ability for them to pay their taxes by January 29th, and we will waive the November 1st penalty. And I did the first attempt at this, but Sharon's way better with numbers. So she's probably got it correct, so I'll let her go through it with you.
Okay. Go ahead, please, Sharon.
I believe there's an attachment or in your minutes of the roll numbers that have requested, or the ratepayers that have requested that they're having some financial difficulties and have asked for this. It comes up to approximately $4,361.40 in penalties that we may be looking at canceling once the payments are completed by the individuals. Some of them are making monthly payments. Some of them are looking at making the full payment in January. So it's just a matter of keeping track of which ones we have talked to and making sure that the payment comes through on the 29th, and then we can cancel the penalties accordingly.
Are these residential farms? What are they, Sharon? What are
It's a
the?
mixture of everything. Some are, yeah.
And these
Some
are just ones that people have requested. Are there other ones that haven't paid that people haven't requested?
There's taxes that are unpaid that people have not requested. There's a couple people that I have spoken to, and that where they're looking at just getting back to work. A couple of them are being laid off.
No, and Sharon, that's not my question, I guess. My question is are there others that may not know of the program or the option? So let's say I haven't paid my taxes, and I'm in this situation where I've been hit with arrears now. I don't know that the county would forgive my penalties. Is there opportunity for these people still to come to us? Did we advertise this well enough? Did we let people know that it is a possibility?
Yvette, do you want to talk to
This was a government-driven directive. I mean, if you need help, you have to ask, right? And anybody that asks, we bent over backwards to try to accommodate them. I guess we could go through the rolls, but that's a lot of work to see who has and hasn't paid their taxes. We have a lot of guys out there that won't pay anyway and haven't paid in the past. And it's a very short timeline, January 29th. It was just to defer some penalties and give people a hand for a certain period of time, driven by the province. And why it hadn't affected us before was because our tax date was so late in the year.
I'm worried about the individual that doesn't know, that's out there, that comes to us,
Most of these were driven because, I thought the government, the province said you guys were going to help us.
Yeah, no, and I'm just worried about the person that is on the 20th and going, crap, I forgot to pay my taxes now, kind of thing. I'm worried that there is somebody out there that we miss. How do we make it good and fair for everybody?
Councillor Stolberg?
I think what I recall from prior council discussions on this matter was it's not for those, it's the ones that are proactive, not the ones that get behind. It's to plan to, and we were willing to work with them if they planned and let us know what their intentions were, but just not paying their taxes. Then after the fact, wanting a break on penalties, that wasn't where we were coming from. It was from these people that legitimately knew they were in financial problems and the tax line was approaching, and they figured they could get them paid, but not all by the deadline, and they wanted to know if there was a bit of a program that they could work with the county to get it covered. And we thought we could work with these rather than not get the taxes at all. So I think that's why we agreed to look at this particular option for them if they tell you before the fact, not after the fact, and make arrangements before the fact, not after the fact.
And me, Mr. Chairman, I think the county's gone above and beyond because basically the province came out and was only willing to extend things or defer things to October. We're now willing to give these guys a little bit of hand, but they got to make themselves known, and they've got to work with us. And I don't want to put anybody make anybody feel uncomfortable by phoning them up going, hey, if you can pay them by the end of January, I'll forgive the November penalty.
I'm mad if they'll pay us by January. I'm just saying. In tax collection, that's what, or in accounts receivable collection, you do that lots of times.
Yeah.
Councillor Nixon?
Yes, I certainly agree with Councillor Stolberg. I think the onus has to be on the taxpayer themselves to apply for this, because they know when the taxes are due. So I will make the motion for staff recommendation. I believe I was the one that made the motion last month, so I will do that again.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, all in favor? Carried. Okay, request for decision 7.3, interim budget, page 11 of our package.
More or less a housekeeping item so that we can operate in the new year. Krista, I think, is on Zoom. And would you like to speak to this, Krista?
So basically, just what we need to do is we need to adopt the 2020 budget as the 2021 interim operating budget. This just allows us to continue operations, write checks, make payroll, and meet any of the financial demands of the county until we approve the budget for the 2021 year.
Okay, thank you, Krista. Councilor Grover?
I'll make that motion.
Discussion? Any questions? All in favor? Carried.
Thank you.
Thank you. 7.4, request for decision, recreation special project funding recommendations, page 13.
Chairman, the deadline for special rec funding applications was October 31st. We received them at the office. Lorraine put the packages together, sent them out for feedback. Greatest feedback I've ever read, I just gotta tell you. Anyway, it brought a smile to my face a few times. Anyway, Lorraine's with us. I'll let her speak to it, but this is a recommendation coming from the Recreation Board.
So as Yvette said, we had $102,964 worth of proposals from 6 different groups this year. So after the Regional Rec Board evaluated the groups during the month of November, they made the following recommendation to fund the 6 groups up to the $50,000 out of the 2021 budget, providing funding throughout the county in an equitable way that each group would be able to at least repair one of their projects or complete one of their projects in total.
Okay, thanks, Lorraine. Council Silver?
Yeah, the Recreation Board, I guess, went over all the applications very thoroughly, and a lot of the organizations had more than one project, multiple projects that they had applied for. But in the end, every organization did get some funding, a recommendation for some funding for some of their projects anyways. So all organizations will get something under this recommendation. If council recalls, Nevis Community Center had came to council in a prior meeting asking for emergency funding to repair their hall roof. And council at that time felt that being their plans were to repair it next year, that it didn't meet the definition of emergency. So we recommended that they apply under the special recreation project funding. And when they did, and the Recreation Board, when they analyzed all the applications, the Nevis Community Hall received #1 priority. So they will get funding for their roof repairs of $14,000 through that program if council so approves the recommendation of the Recreation Board. And with that, I would like to make the motion to approve the recommendation of the Stettler Regional Recreation Board for special project funding totaling $50,000.
Councilor Nixon?
I'd like to propose an amendment, Mr. Chairman, that we fund that to 80%.
Councilor Stillberg?
You mean 80% of 50,000?
80% of the 50,000, 80% for each project is 80% of the 50,000. The reason behind that is just because of this discussion we've been having in the past couple of weeks, concerning budget and.
I wouldn't accept that as friendly at this time. We have other options for recreation, I guess cutbacks, other than, because we fund recreation in more than one way.
And I wasn't asking for a friendly amendment, Mr. Chairman, just an amendment, just to see what the feeling of the
council member.
Speak to the amendment. I think you're on the right track, Mr. Nixon, but I think we've set a budget a year ago, and I think we should stick with it. And I think it's, if we're going into the next budget term, I'm with you, but on this case, they, as the sitting meeting or the rec special funding committee, was budgeted to have 50,000, and that's how they gave it out. They may not want to, and here's where I'm saying, they may not want to give the Stettler Ag Society 80%, they may cut everybody else back and give the Nevis Community Hall the full 14,000. That's where I have some issues with it, as well as we've set a budget, we let them run with it, and I think they should be autonomous. And if we change it, that we go to 40,000 next year, that's the decision when we make the budget. It's not the time to change the budget halfway through the game.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through to Councillor Nyberg. I guess one of the reasons that I made the ask for the amendment, proposed amendment, is that I see the funding is coming out of the 2021 budget, and so that's going to affect our 21 budget going forward. And we talked about, cost sharing. And, like $14,000, and I have no idea how big the roof repair is, but we have to put a little responsibility back on some of the communities to, raise some of their own money. And, I looked at the Deneld Ag Society, for example, kitchen upgrades. And, that's something that maybe could be done over a couple of years, or maybe could be done with some input from fundraising from the community themselves. Just my thought.
I'm just getting back to that it's an autonomous board, and we should, if that's what we give them, that's what we give them.
Councillor Gender?
So were there 6 that applied for it?
These 6 are the only ones?
Yes, but some of these organizations applied for 2 and 3 projects. And I do recall the data on the Nevis one. Nevis Community Center applied for $25,000 to fix their roof. And the rec board chose to cut them back to $14,000.
The point I'm getting at, it was come out at 102. We're already cutting them back to 50%.
They applied for 102,000. We are only funding 50 if this
Always only
passes. But that is protocol. Yeah.
Councillor Means?
Well, I was just gonna say, they're not getting all that they asked for anyway, so this is some way to help them out at least.
Just to maybe clear it up or maybe make it worse, we tax in the previous year for the $50,000, and then we distribute it in the next year. Very similar to what we do with the policing requisition. We tax, collect the money, and then remit the amount in the following year. So that's why it basically says it's coming out of the 21. But the net effect is it just either our reserve goes up or it goes down, because it all goes into the reserve.
After requisition, is it?
No, it's a mill rate. Members of the rec board pay a per capita requisition to us just to belong to that board, and we take all that money and put it into the calculation of operational assistance funding.
Does Mr. Chairman, through
Go ahead, Councillor Nixon.
SD, is that, do we have to put taxpayer money into this as well as the requisition?
Yes, because basically, whatever's left over, we're collecting that from our ratepayers to fund these organizations, basically, which entitles them to participate or use them.
I'm good with that. I just in keeping with our talks in the past week or so, I just thought it might be prudent to.
Effectively, we put it into reserve.
Right, so we tax $50,000, we put it into the Recreation Special Project Funding Reserve, and then we distribute it. Because sometimes some of these organizations don't actually do their projects, so that money stays in the reserve. They've got a lot of criteria they have to meet before we cut them the check. And so then we take the special projects out of the reserve. So it's supposed to be a net zero effect. Sometimes it is. Sometimes they're lucky and can do it cheaper than what they've been approved for, and we get the benefit of that also.
Thank you.
I think over the years of this year, probably these projects have improved the old halls and all the rest of that. They've upgraded it quite a bit, the Ag Society and all the rest of it. But if we wanted to cut the budget like down to 25,000 next year, then we do it in next year's, not this one here, because it's already done. Already been taxed for it. It's already been allotted. A done deal.
Hell is freezing over again, Dave. You and I agree.
And I see Linda Hall or Big Valley isn't on there.
I do.
And I don't have a hole in my area. I'm just saying that got any money.
I do agree with what Counselor Nixon did bring forward, because I do think it's a message we have to get out to everybody. And as the discussions we've been having, the budgeting we've been having, that there's going to have to be reductions in a lot of these programs that we do. So go forward, that messaging needs to.
Mr. Chairman, I would like it to be $100,000.
Understand, so would I, but.
I think just listening to the talk around the table, I'm going to withdraw my suggestion for amendment.
Mr. Chairman, could we, though, send the message back with our rep to let them know that next year that it is a very good chance that it is going to be cut by some amount? I think that is something that we can send back to them, because I think it is, that's the discussion we've had, and it has to be known to all of the members there too as well.
And I expect that between Les and Lorraine, that message has been out there.
I think we've already alluded to the fact that the county is in a tough financial situation, and the funding could be cut in the future. But I can definitely take the message back so I think it's only fair to give them good fair warning so they can adjust accordingly.
Any other questions? Council Stolberg, got a motion on the table. All in favor? Carried. 7.5, request for decision. Shirley McCollum, Regional Water Service budget, page 14 of our package.
On November 24th, we had a Shirley McCollum Regional Water Service Commission. We were presented the 2000 to 2024 budget. And in the Shirley McCollum bylaws, it goes out to board members for 1 month for any questions or concerns or comments. One of the things that I can highlight is that the board has recommended a rate change from 260 to 265 and a bulk water rate increase from $3 to $3.80.
310 to 380.
310 to 380. Did I miss anything, Andrew?
No, that's the major points. Primarily revenue, it needs to go up because our water purchases have gone down, mostly as a result of small communities fixing substantial leaks. So it's a more realistic distribution of what the cost should be versus a couple of villages that were putting half the water they were buying into the ground. So.
Councilor Never?
So, through, Mr. Chairman, through to administration, what does a 5% increase on the water rate actually do? What does it change?
5 cents or 5%?
5 cents.
5 cents. That's what 5 cents due to their budget. I mean, I could go through it, but
Just increases the revenue that we receive. And
how much though?
well, we do a calculation where each member sends us what they believe they will use, and they're supposed to be within 90% of that, and then we calculate our water rate and figure out our budget from there. If they don't meet that amount, they have to pay it, so it's kind of a guaranteed income for us.
No, and I get that. I'm just wondering, like, how many thousand cubes do we go through out of the Shirley McClellan a year?
St. Krista has those numbers handy.
Yeah, so I can answer that question. Are you looking just for the county of Stettler, or are you looking for
all of
all
it? Because
municipalities?
they're all, I mean, we're all members, so what is it? Either whichever is easiest. So I got a general idea what 5 cents means.
Okay, give me 2 seconds.
1, 2.
Hey, your time's
Maybe
up.
a couple more.
Okay.
This budget also
Short seconds?
incorporates the extension of the water line from White Sands to Ocean Sands, so we're accounted for that.
And what is the cost of our cube of water?
Ours right now at the county of Stellar is $274.
I think we're 280.
Where are we doing?
What are we buying it for?
We're buying it for $265. We're buying it right now for $260.
So we're going to increase ours up as well then.
Okay, we're going to bring back the water sewer bylaw in December, but it's pretty complicated, and we have some. We're kind of bringing the hammer down a little bit on Gadsby, so to insist that sewers are all hooked up now. So we just wanted to make sure that everything was in order before we brought it before council.
So to answer the question, the increased net revenue that it brings to the Shirley McClellan is in the 5 cents change to the water rate is at $20,600.
Okay, fair enough, thank you.
You're welcome.
Counselor Neitz and then Counselor Gender.
Question if this is brought up to so that they could break even kind of point, or?
Yeah, the commission, the only thing even resembling a profit that the commission can make is the money they set aside for the future repairs or replacement, I should say, of capital infrastructure 70 years down the road. So that's all of their surplus goes to aside. They cannot distribute profit back to their members. So it is a break-even commission.
I didn't hear it stating like on the financial that it's only due largely to the loss of water. So like, I'm just kind of wondering, are we going to be covering enough by that 5 cents for loss of water plus inflated value, say like in future?
It's worked out well before. The problem we had was Concert was calculating a higher water calculation or water usage because they were literally pouring it out of the back alley, into the back alley. And we kept telling them that they had a leak. They finally found it. They fixed it.
Yeah.
And brought their water allocation way down.
In half.
Yeah. So we're just not going to be using the water. We still have a huge allocation with Shirley McClellan. So if we hit a drought, we need more water, it's available to us.
But for our resiliency to inflating prices this year, we took a careful look. Chris and I sat down and went through each of the Shirley McClellan accounts and compared our actuals to budget. And I think we have a comfortable amount of room there. So I'm not worried that we're going to run into prices skyrocketing too much. The budget does also reflect 2 cent increases each year thereafter. So that is how we intend to keep up with inflating costs.
With the water loss in Coronation, is Coronation footing the bill?
Yes.
We did for everything that we sold them.
Yes.
When we presented this budget, it was to leave the water rate alone and just go down on the transfer to reserves because we have been able to increase our reserve transfers over the last couple of years. But the board didn't want to do that. The board wanted to raise the water rate. The bulk water rate, the town of Stettler charges $5, and we've been charging $3.10. Now we're suggesting $3.80, so we're still low.
Or they're high.
Counselor Nixon.
I'd like to make a motion that the County of Stettler inform in writing to the Shirley McClellan Water Services Commission that it takes no issue with the proposed budget.
Any other questions? The one thing I wanted to clarify too, as we were talking about pricing, was the fact that the water sold through the Stettler treatment plant has went up. So they held their price steady for us too. So we aren't seeing a price increase on water that's coming to us because of throughout Highway 21 and what we're doing. Their actual throughput has went up. Councillor Gender?
The provincial grant to phase 6 at 1.9. That's
for the Roshan Sands extension. That's the 90% we get from the ICIP and the Water for Life Fund.
Also down on the operational revenue, the sale of water, like it just seems like it's going down over a year.
It is because the Coronation fixed their leak, or Concert fixed their leak, and it was a wet year, so people don't use as much as they would in a dry year.
If we have members go off, that's going to drop even further because there's some high usage members that we've been talking about through the Alberta Environment piece also. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, just a question through to administration. What's the status of the ones from Camrose County?
Brownfield?
No.
Roslyn?
And
Roslyn.
Wolf and Roslyn are the last two members of the commission that don't have water after Roshan Sands gets hooked up this year. So Wolf has inquired about leaving the commission in the past, but I did have a very good conversation with their CAO recently. They were under a viability review. They voted to stay as a village, so they will remain a village. And it sounds like the timeline, the 3 to 5 year timeline that we would hope to extend phase 7 north, works out reasonably for them to commit. I think they've had a lot of staff and council changes, so there was a fairly large gap in knowledge. And so I'm hopeful that they tough it out and stay with the commission so that they can get water, because it would really decrease their operating costs. Currently, they're running wells with a whole treatment plant on it. They had about a bunch of capital into their treatment plant this year. And so, if we can get there in 5 years, then they can decommission that treatment plant entirely and just utilize their reservoir.
The water purchases, that's a direct relation to, also to concert then? Like,
Yeah.
about 120?
Yeah, and 75,000 of that is concert fixing a leak. It's absolutely insane the amount of water they were losing.
I'm wondering on the very final page, the operational surplus, it always shows a deficit.
Sorry, that's before cash flow transfers,
Yeah.
and before taking, because that includes depreciation in it. That's the main thing. We lose $977,000 worth of assets every year, and we have to show that. And so that's where you see it backed out under the depreciation. Sorry, $945,000. You see it backed back out, and it's the very bottom line. That's the actual cash surplus.
Thank you. Councilor Neves?
What you're really saying is we want more people to hook up because then the price will go down, right?
Absolutely.
When we get the line up at Roshan Sands, are we going to extend it to all the communities up there? Then you have more people.
As capital finances allow, it would certainly be our intention to do that.
And we've ordered a water study.
Yeah, you just don't throw those lines in the ground.
I'm just saying, it benefits everybody if you have more people on the line.
But it is part of that water study that's part of our, that we were working through yesterday.
Unfortunately, we're probably not going to see a large increase in water usage up there, because I think a lot of those people are buying it already. Like Buffalo View Estates are already buying the water. White Sands is already buying the water through their they got the little tanks in the back of their trucks, right, or in their trailers. They're buying a lot of it, just very expensive. So we might see some lost revenue in that sense.
I think if you get them tied into the houses and stuff, though, they would see an increase definitely, because.
Yeah, but it's not going to be like it's a brand new customer.
No.
I think you'll see, sorry if you can.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, I think you'll see about 75% of a brand new customer. Because what we're seeing up at the summer villages for the people using totes, they're primarily only using the totes for their drinking water.
Oh, okay.
If they were to actually hook up, they would end up using that for all of their water. So they're probably only 5 cubes a month of drinking water and another 15 cubes a month of dishwashers, showers, etc.
Okay, well, that's good news then. That's good.
Councilor Nixon?
Because Andrew could do it so much faster than me or Krista, what's the 385 for whatever for bulk stations work out to a gallon?
Oh, I'm terrible at that. I'll bet Krista can beat me on that.
It's quite reasonable, really. When you break it down to gallons, it's pretty cheap.
1,000 liters in a cube?
Yeah.
200, there's 220 gallons per cube.
About that, yeah.
220 gallons per cube.
Yeah.
So
385 divided by 220.
2 cents.
Cents a gallon.
Cheap when you look at it that way.
Yeah, and with the bulk water rate, it'll be my suggestion when we bring back the county water and sewer bylaw to match the Shirley McClellan bulk water rate. Our stations are all very similar, and there's no point in competing with the commission that we're a member of, so we might as well have the same rate.
I disagree. I think we should have there's got to be there has to be some replacement for us to, unless the commission's paying for all the replacement of that, there has to be some built in.
Well, there is built in, so the county of Stettler doesn't pay $3.80 for water sold at our truck bills.
Oh, I see.
We pay the $3.60. The commission just that's what they charge to the end user because the end user hasn't contributed to the capital like the municipalities have. So the math actually works out the same for capital replacement. What the Shirley needs to bump up, we need the same. The math is quite nice.
We should go to the same as the town.
The bulk water rate?
Doesn't make didn't make a real huge difference on budget. It was.
No, we only have about $10,000 worth of sales for bulk water. I think that I guess it's on the sheet here. Truck fuel, yeah, we estimate about $10,000 worth of sales, so it's a $1,200 increase to move that up 70 cents. It's quite a jump.
But that brings me to another conversation to our wells. We don't charge anything for that, or what do we charge for that water?
We stopped charging because we couldn't afford to fix the
Vandalism.
Yeah. I think we need to look at that when we have water loading facilities in the same areas that they can go to a truck fill. Councilor Needs?
My question was, with that $10,000, you think most of that's probably for ag, like for your spraying trucks and whatnot?
analysis. It's starting to shift. It used to be, definitely. And of course, that $10,000 is just what's white sands and brownfield. So it's probably 50-50 between the two for residential versus farm. The county sees a much higher distribution towards farm use, for sure.
The Erskine transfer site, in the springtime when they're spraying, like those trucks are just lined up from lots.
Willow is always hopping too.
Yeah, it's pretty steady, there's trucks in and out past my place all the
But
time.
that's revenue we recognize through the county. But Roshan Sands only technically owns Brownfield and White Sands truck fills on because I got the grant to pay for it.
Bill McClellan. You said Roshan Sands.
I'm sorry.
Roshan Sands doesn't know.
The Erskine one's quite utilized.
Nixon?
The conversation at the time that some of these bulk stations come into play was that we keep the cost or the price for water the same as the residential price. But, there was a little discussion around that, and it was decided at that time that we would put it at a higher rate and, just to pay for the upkeep on some of the bulk stations and things like that. So, and usually the bills, I don't know, I know that Cal uses lots of water there, fills up lots, but at the end of the day, the bill isn't that huge.
We looked at it too from a capital outlay perspective for the people that are using the truck fills versus the people that are buying the residential water. There's $0 to $15,000.
Yeah, exactly.
That was
part of the conversation at the time, yeah.
Gotcha. So Councilor Nixon has a motion on the table. Any other questions? All in favor? Carried. 7.6, request for decision, 2021 municipal election, appoint returning officer, page 17.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, the government rewrote the Election Authorities Act, and basically nominations open January 1 and can be filed up until nomination date, which is the third Monday in September. So we have to have some of our work in place prior to January 1st, which we need a returning officer, and then someone to take her place if she's unable to. I spoke to Doreen Nixon, and her and Tammy would do it again for us. Keeps us at arm's length. And I think Andrew's researched this more than I have, so he may have some further comments.
Yeah, the biggest challenge this year is nomination day is January 1st till 4 weeks before the election. It used to be you had 2 hours to get your nomination papers in. Now you have 10 months or 9 months. Which I agree the 2 hours was a little short. I'm thinking the 9 months might be a little long, but that it is set in stone now. It's the legislation, so we need to get some of our ducks in a row pretty quick here. So with Doreen as our returning officer and Tammy Walkie as a substitute returning officer, they can still appoint a couple of deputy returning officers for the purpose of accepting nominations at this office, because that is something we'll have to do all year long now. And then there will be a bunch of other requests later in the year that speak closer to election day. Our advance votes and polling locations and things like that, you'll get a say on. And then later in this meeting as well, we've also got a bylaw to consider on a nomination deposit, again, to impact intentionality of filing a nomination paper within that 9 months. So, as for now, we just need a returning officer and a substitute returning officer, and that is council's direction must be done by resolution.
Councilor Stolberg?
I'll make the motion to follow recommendation to approve Doreen Nixon as returning officer and Tammy Walker as substitute returning officer.
Councilor Nyberg?
I have a quick question. So if somebody puts it in January 2nd, because we're not going to be open on the 1st or whatever. Can they pull it out again? Okay. There you go. Are we gonna get Dominion Counting Service to do our electronic balloting?
I'm not technically savvy enough, so don't do it in my area, I can't.
Counselor Grover, do you have your hand up?
No.
I'm ready to vote.
Counselor Nixon?
Just a question, Mr. Chairman, through the administration. You know, $17,000 seems like a lot of money when we're running a tight budget. Like, I'm thinking that there likely wouldn't be, or maybe you can't do it in-house anymore. I don't know. You can't, eh?
I think the 17,000 is light. I think that when I look at the final budget, I'll probably be bringing back closer to 30. That's what it costs. The other problem we had is, I guess when you get a contested election or several candidates running in the same ward, if administration is running it, I absolutely agree with you, Wayne. Cheapest, great way to run the election, and we all are very knowledgeable about elections, and I think that staff does a good job. But staff is constantly open to criticism. We had people accusing us of plugging ballot boxes, and I mean, it's worse than Trump in the United States. Since Doreen took over the elections for us, she's at arm's length. It's very clean. I guess people maybe, if someone's running against an incumbent, maybe they feel funny talking to administration because they know we've worked with you for 4 years. You just can't predict how people feel, but you have to be sensitive to what their feelings are. So this worked really well for us. Last time, I know it's expensive, but this is the joys of being a democracy, right?
Yeah, Doreen does an excellent job. Yeah, absolutely. I'm just looking at our finances again.
Yeah, no, it would be cheap if staff could do it, but it just the grief that comes along with it. It's just, and then you're always going to be questioned about, we counted ballots so many times. Like when we get the recounts, my little rant for the day, I always have to laugh because we might find a questionable ballot. Maybe and it would have been totally discretionary if you counted that X, or maybe it was a little outside the boundaries. But every poll worker, whether they work for Doreen or they work for us, they don't count those ballots once. They count them 5 or 6 times before they fill out the results. So we know they're right on, right? But if Doreen gets it and certifies it, they seem to take it better than if I get it and certify it. So that's where we're at. And I respect that. That's how people feel.
Well, I realize that too, yeah.
Andrew, and then to James.
I just want to elaborate as well to the same question, Wayne. The staff resources to run the election are a little tough this year too. So even if our concerns about accusations weren't realized, it would be tough to do in-house this year.
Unfortunately, by putting this over a 9-month period, they've driven the cost up.
Absolutely.
I mean, it's ludicrous. I get the idea of being open, but go from 2 hours to 9 months is like, that's just like, it's borderline insane is what it is. Can you imagine if you're the city of Edmonton now, what they're going to have to pay? Like we're talking hundreds of thousands of dollars difference comparatively. Like we are going to have to pay more. She could take literally out of 7 wards, she could take 1 nomination a month. She's going to have to bill for that amount of money. Like, I mean, this is
Crazy.
It's crazy.
It was driven
it's
by
stupid. It's not even crazy. It's just stupid.
It was driven by people out campaigning, and that they felt that unless they had made their intentions known by placing their nomination papers in, that basically, they couldn't be certified as an actual candidate.
Especially for the campaign finance portions.
Yeah.
Because there's limits to contributions and stuff, and so they wanted that part clearer. Doesn't affect a rural election nearly as much. You guys aren't getting huge donors.
Contributors are going to be really, really tough on me. So.
Counselor Grover?
Yeah, I think it does cost a little bit more maybe to have people at large do this thing, but it just looks better, smells better, is better, and it's done. And Doreen runs a good election. Yeah, I agree. 2 hours is just stupidity. But why wouldn't you leave it open for a week or 10 days? That would be lots. 9 months, that's just borderline. You really gotta wonder what they're thinking.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to put it into simpler terms from my perspective, I see Rick's on the screen. Returning officer, roadside mower.
Isn't that nice? We have a motion on the table. Counselor Stillberg, all in favor? Carried. 7.7, request for decision, re-fire services and emergency management agreement notice, page 19 of our package.
Chairman, this came out of one of our committee of the whole meetings, basically ties into our ICF agreements, which we have all completed this last year. And this is to give formal notice to the town of Stettler, Village of Big Valley, Denelda, White Sands, and Roshan Sands that we want to renegotiate the fire services and emergency management agreements.
I'll make that motion.
Any questions?
I know it.
Concerns? Counselor Grover?
I'm concerned it's just overdue. We should have done this a long time ago.
We were started, I gotta blame the COVID on this one. I don't like to blame COVID for much, but this one just got lost in the shuffling of employees, especially with the fire costs.
Any other questions?
The question of why are we going to January 2022? We're taking a year that we have to get there?
I think our agreements, and Andrew could probably answer this better than me because he wrote this, but our agreements are 1 year's notice, right, Andrew?
Yeah, there's 1 year's notice to negotiate them, or no, sorry, we have to negotiate, give notice in the fire agreement prior to March of the year prior to when the changes should take effect. And additionally, this is kind of a good neighbor thing. It'd be a little tough to say too much. I mean, you look at our agreements, you look at our budget. If we've got something in July that gets renegotiated effective July, it screws our whole budget up. So we're trying to give them a target where they can budget appropriately for what will likely be increased rates.
So I get that, but if we're doing it January 22, they'll already have their 22 budget done. What I'm saying is, to be good neighbors, we should be having the negotiations in
2021 to take effect January 1st, 2022.
And the terms and rates to become effective for both agreements for January 1st, 2022.
It would be our goal that the negotiation target January 2022.
For the amended terms and rates to become effective.
Yeah.
So the negotiation target the negotiation, I think, should be taking place in.
It's the negotiation that would target January 1st.
Yeah, there's just the way that it's worded. I would suggest that be saying negotiations start before their budget years.
You want that in your motion?
Yes, that negotiation should start. As good neighbors, we need to have that negotiation started before then.
You've got an election coming up too, and I think that we'd like to get these negotiations over early so that the new council understands that these new rates will take effect on the 1st of January 2022.
I'm with, let's start the negotiations right away. Let's get this done.
And to that end, June, July would be good to have our White Sands and Roshan Sands negotiations.
That day, but the other ones.
Yeah.
Right here.
Yeah, we could start immediately.
Right away, get it done. Thank you.
Motion on the table from Counselor Nyberg. All in favor? Carried. And we are moving on to number 10, bylaws. 10.1, bylaw 1637-20, amendment to Buffalo Lake Intermunicipal Development Plan 1550-15 for second reading, page 21 of our package.
Chairman Jacinta, can you speak to this?
Good morning, everyone. So we met with the committee, the Buffalo Lake IDP committee, a few weeks ago, and We finalized the definition for development unit, which was one of the outstanding elements that had to be, went back to the committee with a few more changes. So on, just on your background information, you can see the amended definition includes, for a development unit, includes each self-contained unit within a duplex, triplex, fourplex, or apartment unit is considered one development unit. And we also added the section E for recreational vehicles on a site for longer than 31 days will be also added as a development unit. And secondary suites, which also includes the suites above your garage that we now just grant permission for those when we issue an ancillary building. So those would also be included as a development unit. And that are the main changes for the definition to a development unit. Some other changes were including the, I guess for the Summer Village of White Sands, we changed our units on table section 3.168. For Summer Village, changed from 454 to 505, and the county's units changed from 3,020 to 2,969. So those were, it's just a correction that needed to be made, and now it aligns with table C5. As well, we made all changes referencing county to municipal throughout the document. And those are the major changes that we discussed at our last meeting. So we're just proposing a second reading, and once all the municipalities have given second reading to the amended document, we will then bring it back to you for a third reading.
Okay, thank you.
And
Cindy.
of course, there are more changes that we had discussed at when we did the public hearing. We can go through those if you would like to just go through step by step, but those are just the changes that were made from first to second reading.
Where are they located in this? Are they written here, Jacinda?
Pardon? I'm sorry, I didn't.
Document.
Have we received any?
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't hear you.
He was just asking where the old changes were, the changes that were presented at first reading.
Okay, so just under report from public hearing?
Okay, yeah, that 1 to 21 or 22?
Yes.
Yeah,
that's
okay.
right.
Does anybody need them to be gone through or for clarity? Okay, no, we're getting, we've got a motion to give second reading here, so that's okay. Thank you, Jacinda. Councilor Bender.
Thank you.
On page 34, like about the 30 consecutive days, you know, like someone could take and move it off. They could put I won't pick on any particular village, but they could have a lot off to the side, pull that vehicle off for a day and bring it back 2 days later, and that's not going to be a dwelling unit.
So,
You're right, but we don't have watchdogs out there every day. Both Larry and Sheree were at the meeting, so maybe they want to speak to it, but we had lots of debate about that and finally came to this 30 consecutive days.
That was agreement by all parties. It was like, they talked about the watchdog piece. They talked, you know, like they said, when it's busy, it's even that much more difficult to see when they were there. We've talked tags in the past. We've talked all these other things, Ernie, but it's tough.
It's a very gray area. So like that's the part that I kind of wonder. Okay, they go from 450 up to about 500, so they knocked off 50 units onto there that they can legally put on.
so
There's purple.
We were here.
The one thing that
October.
more clear was even if you had a lot, you didn't have anything on there, it was still counted as a development unit. So that still went towards the numbers. I know it's really hard to control once you have more than one on there, but we're trying to find definitions that would help all the areas around the lake. And this actually has, well, if this does go through, it will reduce the number of units available in the end, because once you count those extra suites that are out there, that will reduce everybody's numbers. So it will reduce the amount of units around the lake, and preserving the lake. So.
Any other questions? Councilmember?
With this, so this 30-day feature, Paradise Shores, for example, they got 265 units out there. Where each one stall is considered a dwelling unit. But for 2 weeks at a time, could you park a different trailer and add that to that system?
Our bylaw doesn't allow it at this. I mean, it's 1 unit per stall, and the lots aren't big enough to accommodate another unit. They had proposed an overnight or like a guest area where there would be some suites or lots available for that. But as to put another unit on one of the lots, they're not big enough to accommodate another unit. They have their parking area that's designated, and even that is very tight. So I don't think there would be that possibility to allow a second unit on those particular lots.
But what if they wanted to? Like, that's bylaw specific for them? What makes the difference between their dwelling unit and the dwelling unit at Buffalo View Estates?
Well, it's its own recreational facility, and so a campground doesn't specify the amount of units on it's just, I'm just going by based on the size of those particular lots. We do have that.
So I'm thinking Old McDonald's could have on a lot, they could have 2 or 3 trailers on there, and that doesn't constitute a dwelling unit.
Well, if you go to all the subdivisions, they do allow a second unit for 21 days. That's our bylaw as it reads now, and without obtaining a permit, and provided that the RV and the towing vehicles can be accommodated on the lot. So they can't park the towing vehicle on the street. And so I guess if, there isn't any bylaw that would prevent them from having that second unit, I'm just going back to the...
That's fair enough, that's all. But it wouldn't consider it an accommodation, though?
No, because it's just a temporary 21 days. And that, if you look at the definition, just at the bottom of the not include, and that is one of the, still on the page 34, recreational vehicles on site 30 consecutive days or less. So they could our bylaw says 21. We may need to align it to coincide with the IDP. But you could have a vehicle there for 30 days without obtaining a permit, and it doesn't increase your development units. This is why we're trying to bring all the units that are currently there without a permit, because they cannot allow, like certain subdivisions, there's only Buffalo Lake Meadows that allows a second unit for longer than 30 days. And this is what we are working at, trying to enforce those lots that have more than one. Because it does, well, for one thing, they're not permitted in the districts, and it does increase our density. I don't know if that answers your question.
Yeah, it does. Thank you, Jacinda.
Thanks, Jacinda. Councilor Needs?
I think we're also trying to provide a way in which our density units aren't going up and down every year. So this tries to keep it at a constant when you have permanent structures there, or counting one recreational vehicle when you have maybe on the weekends a couple of other ones coming in. So this try and keeps everybody at an even number consistently.
Any other questions? Counselor Grover moved for second reading. All in favor? Carried. 10.2 bylaw 1641.
Reeve Clark, can I just add something to this? I know we've had a lot of ratepayers talk about the wastewater management up at the lake since the fecal matter was found at the lake this past year. And we discussed this at our IDP, and we're going to be bringing that forward at early next year, a discussion about it. But already, I just want to bring this to light, already in the IDP, it does talk about wastewater servicing, and it already does have a stipulation in there that lakefront properties that have sewage discharge point located within 800 meters of the outside edge of the provincially owned lake ROW, only self-contained private individual wastewater disposal system. So we already have a provision in here that does maintain those wastewater rules that are in there. So we already do have a provision, but we are going to bring it back and discuss in March again and see if there's anything else the municipalities can do. And I know one of our municipalities already has brought forward a wastewater bylaw, and they are making changes to that right now. So for their municipality.
Thank you, Councilor Neitz. Our next bylaw is 10.2, bylaw 1641-20. Electronic transmission of documents for second and third readings, page 98 of the package.
I'll let Andrew speak to this.
Yeah, so this is just bringing back the bylaw you guys saw a couple months ago. This allows for the tax department to send certain official notices via email. It's only if requested. So no ratepayer that doesn't want it will ever say, here, oh, we emailed that to you and that counted as a legal delivery. So this is just second and third readings. We did advertise it as required under the Act, and no petition or comments were received on it.
I'll move second reading.
Any questions or concerns? Councilor Gender?
Whatever stops someone in saying that I requested it, but I never received it?
The Act, with the new amendments, determines that as soon as it's sent, like if you've requested that you get your tax notice by email, and we send it by email, assuming there is no indication on our end to the contrary, it is assumed to be received when sent, is how the Act specifies it. So
by you signing up, it does bind you into a contract.
Yeah, and that's why the sign up and the opt-in and the opt-out is all done in writing, to say that Ernie Gender said he wanted it by email, and if we didn't send it by mail, we only sent it by email, and, he accidentally deleted it, thought it got lost in cyberspace, whatever happened, he didn't get it, tough. So.
I see that contract. Thank you.
It is basically the same as mailing too, right? After we mail them 7 days, it's deemed it's mailed, so they can't come back and say I didn't get it. Well.
Yeah, it can get lost in Canada Post just about as easily as it can get lost in cyberspace, so.
This bylaw is just if they ask for it.
Right. If you don't want it, you'll never be signed up.
That'll be it.
Any other questions? Second reading by Councilor Stolberg. All in favor? Carried.
No.
Anyone for third reading? Councilor Neitz, take us to third. Questions? All in favor? Carried. We will skip 10.3 because it's part of our public hearing. 10.4 bylaw 1645-20 electoral ward boundary for second and third readings. Page 112.
But Andrew speak to this. He did all the work on it. So.
Yeah, so this is the same electoral ward boundary bylaw you saw a month ago. Once again, it was advertised per our requirements under the Act, both online and through local newspapers. As well, we sent letters to anyone who had any buildings on a property within an area that would be changing their ward. So it was about 90 letters we ended up sending out. The only call I got back was from one bank that I missed pulling out. We have our mortgage owners listed under our system, and I missed pulling Vision Credit Union off. They said, what do we need to do with this? I said, oh, sorry, that's a clerical error. You guys didn't need that, because the actual landowner got the message. So, but other than that, no one called in and said, I absolutely don't want to be in so-and-so's ward. So I didn't have to have that awkward conversation. And then no other comments were received.
Councilor Neitz?
I just have a question. Did you tell them exactly what range road and stuff rather than the sections of land?
In the letter, we specifically said your property at so-and-so address will be going from the Erskine ward to the Donaldo ward, is how we labeled it. And then I gave them a link for all of the information that's online with all of the maps.
Councilor Grover? Any other questions? Councilor Spielberg?
I guess just a comment. The majority, like we had advertised this quite well, and I heard some feedback myself, but the majority of the feedback was definitely in favor of this option that we're approving today, because they didn't want to see the wards become any larger than they had to. This was sort of a minor adjustment to allow for population changes, and everyone I talked to was very happy with this change.
Councilor Gender?
The only concern I have is like the extra leg running that like these larger wards have. But as long as there's no complaints on there, no problem. Say that again, I'm sorry.
Please.
Some wards means that some wards are enlarged, the extra leg running that they're going to have to do. As long as
Have to do. I'm sorry, I don't understand late running.
Miles.
Slightly larger by a couple
Oh, okay.
miles. Yeah.
Miles between people.
But it's not our call. We gotta follow the election, or the election act or whatever.
Based on population, that's how they want it, so.
Well, it's based on NJA, so. Okay, we have moved for second reading. Any other questions? All in favor?
Carried. I'll move with third reading, Mr. Chairman.
Councilor Nixon? Questions? All in favor? Carried. Okay, we will skip 10.5 because it is also part of our hearing. 10.6, bylaw 1648-20, nomination deposit bylaw for first, second, and third readings, page 122 of our package.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is just basically looking for a way for prospective councilors to solidify their intentions. And I think it will also help us keep track of nomination papers that get filed very early on in the process. So we're legislated that it can only be $100. And if you get 56% of the vote, I can't remember.
If you get 50% of the vote that wins, so guy who wins gets 200 votes. If you get 100 or more, you get your money back.
Say that, what's that?
So if there's two of you running, the guy who wins gets 200 votes. As long as you get half as many votes as the guy who won, you get your money back. But say there's three guys running, guy A gets 200 votes, he wins, he gets his money back. Guy B gets 100 votes, he loses, but he still gets his money back. The guy 3 only gets 50 votes, he did not have 50% of the winning, he doesn't get his money back.
So, was that the way it was before? Did you get your money back before?
We've never had a deposit back due to us.
You never run for 9 months before.
Yeah. So the intent is, back under the old rules, if you wanted to run for council, you had to set aside the day where there was the 2-hour nomination period. And it took intention to either get your papers delivered, get an agent set up to deliver them. You couldn't just do it on a whim. Now, you've got 9 months that if I don't like how much gravel you put down on my road, I'll just say,
I'm gonna,
signatures, here it is, and then I might change my mind a week later. I might change my mind a week later after that. So this is just, this is about our only tool in the toolbox, to try and attempt to reintroduce that intentionality behind, running for office.
Do you have to give them their money back?
If it follows that, any of the points where they, either withdraw in the right timeline or they lost but got enough votes, we have to give the money back.
Except if you're a real loser, then you don't get it back. Isn't that kind of like salt in the wound? Sorry, I just.
Or frivolous nominee.
Councilor Nixon?
Yeah.
Just a comment, Mr. Chairman, I think if we encourage lots of people to put their name in, it could turn into a bit of a fundraising thing for the county, so.
Budget raiser, you betcha.
more than $100 to make much of a difference in the budget.
Lots of people.
Not true.
I also think that it solidifies a person's intentions, right? If before we had to make all the arrangements and be here within that 2-hour window, that solidified your intentions. But it's January 3rd, and we didn't plow your driveway, so you're mad, and you come in and you go to Tim Hortons, and 5 guys sign your papers, and you put them in, and then we phone you in September and say, well, your papers are filed. What papers, right? But all of a sudden, if there's a fee attached to that, you're always kind of wondering where the $100 fee went, right?
Councilor Grover, give it first reading. Questions? All in favor? Councilor Gender, second reading. Questions? All in favor? Councilor Stolberg,
I'll move we go to third reading.
all in favor? Carried?
That was unanimous, so we can go to third.
Yeah, unanimous, yeah, so we can go. Councilor Grover? All in favor? Carried.
Just so the public knows.
Okay.
CSL.
Carried, I meant that because we need to be.
It has to be unanimous, though, that's it.
It's almost easier to see from my new screen setup.
Is it?
Yeah, online you can see the hands a lot better.
Okay, no, the previous people couldn't see us, that's all.
We don't see it here if you
No.
can or not.
That is carried.
You got probably 20 screens going, right?
Okay, bylaw 10.7, or pardon me, 10.7, bylaw 1649-20, Buffalo Sands Special Tax Levy for first, second, and third readings, page 125 of the package.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this is an annual special tax levy that we pass, and it's to help with the costs of running the water and sewer system at the Buffalo Sands subdivision. And we would take this special tax off when it's totally built out, but it's still not totally built out. So we charge the owners of the vacant lots, and it's $210 per year.
So should this be prorated, or will it be prorated?
We'll rate it over.
When are they getting hooked up? When's our estimated time?
This is Buffalo Sands. They're not getting.
You said Buffalo View Estates, I'm sorry.
The next one is Buffalo View Estates, but this only applies to lots that are not hooked up to the communal system that's already there.
Oh, like one of these two.
I will move to go to first reading, or move first reading, pardon me.
Any questions, or Councilor Needs?
Now, is this the one that goes on every year?
Yes.
Any other questions? All in favor? Carried? Councilor Gender? Questions? All in favor? Councilor Grover?
Go to third reading.
All in favor? Unanimous? Councilor Stewart?
I will move third reading.
All in favor? Carried. Yay. 10.8, bylaw 1650-20 Buffalo View Estates Special Tax Levy, page 126 of the package.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is now for the Buffalo View Estates subdivision, same thing, just to help out with the cost of maintaining the communal system. This is a $420 a year charge for vacant lots. You get a little bit of money when they've got the trailers on there and the sewer sucked out.
Councilor Grover,
I'll make first reading.
questions? Councilor Neitz?
Did this go up from last year?
It's been steady for probably the last 15 years we've been passing this.
Councilor Gender?
And 210, isn't it? One for water, one for services, is that how?
Right, because especially in Buffalo View Estates, we're trucking the sewer out and hauling the water in. In Buffalo Sands, they're on a well, so the water rate, flat rate isn't as high, but we do have to truck the sewer out, so it's the 210.
So this is on,
Councilor Grover?
so this is on a recovery basis?
No.
Well, I just think in the budget that we're in, I think we should start looking at this stuff, and it should be on cost recovery from now on.
Well, we're bringing back the water and sewer bylaw, so we'll have to adjust our rates to reflect the rate from Shirley-McCullen increase. And, you always try to make your utility bylaws, a net effect, but it's hard, especially in a rural municipality. They do get some subsidization from taxes. This helps offset what we have to subsidize out of taxes.
Councilor Gender?
This is a part of where some people have been breaking the rules of putting a trailer on there, utilizing the sewer system.
Not paying for it.
Not paying for the trucking out.
Well, right, but we are getting some revenue off from the special tax, so it's not a total zero paid to use the sewer, right? But you're still getting a bit of money from it.
Councilor Neitz?
This does help those who live there full-time, so they're not covering those.
So I think the flat rate is, Andrew, $20 a month for sewer, and that's basically what this is based on?
Yeah, it kind of emulates that, but for bare lots. So if you're not connected to anything at all, you get hit with this one, and it basically says, this is your responsibility for the flat fee maintenance that has to go into having a system available for you to connect to. Everybody else who connects to either water, sewer, or both are hit by the water and wastewater bylaw fees, and so they're charged a flat rate through this. This is not applicable to those lots. So the people we've been concerned about that are taking almost no water, but putting a full household's worth of water or full trailer's worth of water into our sewer system, that will be addressed with the water and wastewater bylaw. And hopefully we'll also see some movement just naturally once the water rate goes down.
Any other questions? Councilor Grover took us to first reading. All in favor? Carried. Councilor Stolberg?
I'll move second reading.
Any questions? All in favor? Carried. Councilor Gender? We'll go to third. All in favor? Carried unanimous. For third reading? Oh, Councilor Grover?
Move it to third. Here you go.
Third. Okay. All in favor? Carried. Okay, number 10.9, bylaw 1651-20, operating borrowing bylaw for first, second, and third readings, page 127.
Chairman, this is another annual housekeeping. We need an operating bylaw because number one, we collect our taxes really late in the year, which is in October. This covers our visas and any shortfalls that we may have. Years when we've been doing lots of capital projects, we've increased it to $5 million, but we've brought it back down to $3 million where it's been for a lot of years. I don't think in the whole time that I've been here, we've ever used it, but it's there if we need it.
First reading, Mr. Chairman. Excellent, thank you. Any questions? All in favor? Carried. Council Stolberg,
I will move second reading.
questions? All in favor? Carried. Councilor Needs,
Just a third.
all in favor? Carried. Councilor Gender, all in favor? Carried. Okay, we are into section 11, our reports. 11.1, Chief Administrator's Office Report. Officer's Report, page 129 of our package. Does anybody have questions on that? Councilor Needs?
Is your Dr. Dina about a weekly one?
It is now that we've become enhanced, well, basically since they declared a state of local, or provincial, that's it, public health emergency. I think she canceled the one on Christmas Day, but I'm not sure.
Yes, she might have it just so she knows you're not doing anything else. Councilor Gender?
On the reports, it's good to be able to see on with the equipment from
Which page?
155. Beside the number, there's a description of the piece of equipment that is being needing
Repairs?
repairs. Yeah, great to be able to see that. Because in the past, it's always been you could not correlate a number with anything on there. Great to see it.
Any other questions? Councilor Stolberg?
I'll move that the administrator's officer report be accepted as presented.
Councilor Gender?
Yes, I'm just looking on page 158. There's the track loader. It was just saying that there was some magnetic filings, say like on the plug, just doesn't say like whether there was any real maintenance that was done to it, just reassembled it.
That's a Rick question. Sorry. Do you have any comments, Rick? Is he there?
627 on 158, Rick. Oh, it's Waste Management Authority though.
Oh,
There we
it's
go.
waste
Government
management.
needed.
Okay, yeah.
What was the question there specifically?
It was just showing that there was on the left final drive that there was some magnetic, probably some filings on it. It was just saying that, I guess it was taken apart, reassembled, not saying whether there was any financial or repairs that were really located on it.
Yeah, I'm not sure it got taken apart to that degree. I could do some follow-up and answer that for sure if you like. It looks to me like they're diagnosing what they see on the outside and that they'll need to take it apart later to correct the issue or investigate further is what I'm getting out of that. But
I can just see it with the magnetic plug, you might have some real fine filings on it. And maybe you can just stick your finger into it, and if there aren't any real pieces, okay, just say, okay, it's well enough for a while.
yeah, and like I said, it looks like they've identified something on the outside of it when they were cleaning it all up and servicing it, and they'll have to do some disassembly in the future. I'm pretty sure that thing got pulled out of here pretty quick because they needed some stuff back up at the dump to work with right around the same time the vandalism and everything happened. So
Also on the miscellaneous, there is a contracted track hoe. There are 2 service calls. So I'm just kind of wondering, being that we do the service call on the rented equipment, do we bill that back to Finning?
no, it depends on which one and what we're trying to achieve. If it's something simple, and we've been switching the on and off with the services with them, I know with the Finning hose specifically, we're expected to provide the service to it. And on the other one, we've been switching back and forth. If the owner pays for one, we pay for the other kind of thing, the way the agreement works. Most of the time that I've sent somebody out to deal with these rented hose, it's about getting good information fast, so we don't have them down any longer than they have to be. And if it's something we need the owner to deal with, then we take it out of circulation and replace it. The Finning hose have been, I think we're on our 3rd one actually. they've had some issues with the rental fleet, and they end up bringing another one in and taking the one out that was having grief.
So there's no additional trucking on there, we just pay the one-time shot?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay,
We'll
thank you.
pay to get it here and to get the last one out of here at the end, and that's it, so that particular one advised to contact dealership to correct the issue for sure. We charge the batteries because it could have been something we did the way we were operating, or left something on overnight, replace fuel filters, because that particular issue was a starting issue, and it could have been fuel, could have been a plug fuel conditioner type thing where they couldn't obviously get it going, so I'm pretty sure that one got hauled out of here and another one got replaced with it.
Thank you. On page 166, it looks like we've got another cat into our line.
Yes, we took a little bit of time to pull that unit out of the yard next door there to you, and we've got it in the welding bay right now, and when we get some time, we're going to try and do some assessment on it and see what it's going to take to get it to move around under its own power in the future.
Those are in the budget? Is that what you're looking for? Dozer for the Frauenberg? Brush cutter?
No, actually, just more of a, if it's been sitting over there undercover for years. I know in the first year I was here, they had it running that year. I'd like to see it running again, but apparently there might be a couple of issues. So I've asked them, before we just drag it up on top of a hill and leave it there for posterity reasons, let's make sure it's not something simple, that we can get it running and moving under its own power. I know when I talked to the guys at the museum, they seem pretty confident that there shouldn't be anything keeping us from getting that thing mobile very cost effectively. So, we're not spending thousands of dollars on it. I just want to know for sure whether it's going to run or not. And so we brought it into the shop, just pushed it in that one day. So when we get some time this winter, we can get a closer look at it in warm surroundings. And if it goes, great. If it doesn't go, then we'll make the plan as to what its future looks like.
Thank you, Rick.
Councilor Needs?
I just wanted to thank everyone involved in making these, or producing these reports. They've really ramped it up and produced pictures for us and graphs and explanations. So I thank everyone for doing that. That's really good.
Any other questions? Councilor Stolberg?
It's just a comment on page 169, the road drifting there. That's not too far from my place, and now that the grader has cleaned it up, there's maybe a 4 or 5 foot ridge, whatever, in the ditch there. So that was it last month, and I thought we got the whole winter ahead of us, and that could be potential for catching a lot more snow. So I put a snow fence on my property to keep it from hitting that area. So it might help a little bit.
Thank you. Councilor Gender?
The report?
Actually, Councilor Stolberg had that on.
Okay, Ernie?
No. All in favor? Carried. Financial reports, 11.2, so we've got 2.1, 2.2, 2.3, and 2.4. Accounts payable register, bank reconciliation for the county, 2 of the last ones for Gadsby. Our reserves as of October 31st, 2020, and year-to-date budget October 31st, 2020. After your reviews from your packages, any questions on any of the financial reports? Councilor Gender?
I just sent in a question, regarding Chuckers. It was one that I just saw the checks coming in from about 3,500 up to the 13,000. And I believe they got the answers back saying, okay, there was a day rate based on there, so they must have been putting in a very long weeks in there, so it's great to see that.
Any other questions?
One was, with Action Plumbing, I just saw that it was about $18,000 bill. It was one that we had allotted 15,000, but this come back as they had put in 2 meter vaults, which was great to be able to see it. We actually put some money into our kitties with those. Great job.
Councilor Nyberg?
Just a reminder, that's not the reason that we do that, and I just would hope the public would not think that we're trying to make money on certain individuals. It's a fairness question, and in the fact that some cost us less and some cost us more, I just don't want the public to pick up and think that we are trying to make money on certain individuals, so I would just caution anybody to look at that.
Councilor Grover?
I don't think the public that lives in rural Alberta realizes that, like natural gas, it's charged at one charge for everybody. Some of it has to go a long way, some of it doesn't. I think everybody in that. Yeah, I know in the rural area, I think has got that all figured out. Thank you.
And these ones here were all right on top of the line.
And that's what I'm saying. I'm just saying that some cost us 90,000 and some, and fortunately don't cost as much. And it's not us putting money in the kitty, because we're not putting money in the kitty. Unfortunately, I would.
Councilor Gender?
On page 200, the MSI grants, what do we really get for MSI grants?
For MSI grants? We get a capital grant of about 2.5. I don't have it in front of me. Roughly 2.5, 2.6 million, which I have hooked up to the gravel program. And we get another $53,000 in what they call MSI operational. And we split that between operational assistance funding and the Stettler Library. And so that's why you'll see us part of a grant in recreation and then part of the grant in culture, and that's for the library. I'm going to wear that because I'll be out on my dollar calculations again. But that's close.
Councilor Gender?
On page
5, number 25320 bridges. Like there's kind of an expense there. That's what we got from the tax, the fuel rebate for the bridges that we're putting in.
So you're talking about the expense, the bridges expense? Yes. So they're running through all the contract work and some of the expenses, the pipe, things like that for the actual 6 bridges that we're redoing. And then once they're done, I will file the final reports and we will get upwards of $1 million in revenue to offset that.
That's the part I never saw, like the...
Yeah, we don't, we budget the revenue, but we don't actually see it until I get the final reports in. We write me checks like instantly for them. And by year end, if I don't have all the final SFEs basically in for the bridges, we will set up a receivable that will show the revenue in that account.
Yes. Councilor Gender moves the reports. Any other questions? All in favor? Carried. 11.3, Councilor fee sheet, starting on page 212. Councilor Gender?
I missed out on one event. It was one for the K division.
Yeah, just add it to your next one, or I'll make a note to myself that you're short.
Actually, on that note, this month we're gonna need timesheets from you guys early, so let's keep that in mind. We need to project a little bit after you decide what meetings are still gonna happen for the remainder of December.
When do you need them by?
Get them at least by the end of this week, maybe the Monday of next week, because we always like to pay before Christmas. But with what's going on, maybe Hinshaw will have some clarification for us this afternoon.
Okay. So by the end of the week is your request?
That would be great. Yeah, I'm hoping that after the council meeting, we can just have a little bit of time to decide what meetings will be held virtually, what meetings you want to go on with, whether they're virtual or in person.
Yeah.
and then project to the end of the year, because it is year end, so I'd like to get all the December ones in that I can.
So what would you like us to do, put out for meetings and then we might not vote on them, or?
We can adjust in January, but you'll have a pretty good idea.
In January or what? Until January.
I mean, basically, your last 2 weeks of December, you don't do much anyway, right? It's Christmas break, so.
You don't do much anytime.
I'm saying that.
You want to,
You can admit it.
clarify things, so please don't.
Yeah. So, it's just basically, we had a lot of meetings, workshops scheduled for next week, but do we want to do them virtually? Do we want to, do we still want to come in and do face-to-face? I don't know if we're going to be able to continue to go on with these meetings like this. That's why we're looking for clarification from Dr. Henshaw this afternoon.
And, from a virtual basis, so if we try to do meetings like we did yesterday, I don't think we can do them for quite as long. That's my thought. I'd like to try, I'd like to say we can, but, you get those 6-7 hour meetings and it gets, it might be hard to keep people engaged on the because it's going to be over telephone and computer. But it's important stuff we're going through when we're looking at our budgeting and how to direct staff for what they requested to us, so. We'll try to work through that for the agenda for next week and either cancel or show what we're gonna have, so people, if they are doing a projection, it's gonna be as accurate as it can be.
We actually, these restrictions are on for 4 weeks. So basically, we're looking January the 11th, right?
Councilor Neitz?
No, I was gonna say that it sounded like they made it pretty clear they want you to work from home if you possibly can.
That
Which is a capability of,
poses some.
now that Andrew's figured out a lot of different ways for us to.
I'm having an email into Greg at the town to see what the town's doing too, and he's kind of sitting as we are waiting for clarification from Dr. Henshaw too.
Yeah, one of the issues we see right now is what actually sets the rules is the record of decision that's formally issued by the CMOH, and we don't have that for just the December 13th restrictions yet. It might not be tomorrow or Friday that we actually see that formal piece of paper. Fortunately, we do have a meeting with her at 2 today, and hopefully us and all of our rural cohort or our municipal cohorts will have all the same questions about when can we work from the office and when can we work from home. We want to be safe, but we also want to respect that these are tax dollars at work and we want them to work.
I mean, efficiency goes down when people work from home. And to your end about the meetings, their meetings aren't as efficient when they're done by Zoom. They just aren't. I mean, there's sometimes a necessity, but at the same time, there just isn't the same, you don't get the same engagement from people.
Councilor Nixon?
Question to administration, do we have a waste management meeting scheduled for Friday?
Yes, we do, and we're gonna have to go ahead with that because we need the budget passed.
That's the 18th, not this Friday, but next Friday.
18th, yeah, so it'll be a Zoom meeting, yeah.
Yeah, so we'll do that virtually. We'll get the instructions out for that one, but we do need their budget passed. We already canceled the ambulance meeting, and that was mostly because we had nothing on the agenda, and their fiscal year end doesn't mandate their budget being done now, so.
And the fire authority meeting, which is kind of just a.
Advisory committee.
Thank you, that was the word I was looking for.
Been canceled.
We canceled it too. Talked to Greg and he said there's nothing really on the agenda, it doesn't drive any budget decisions, so we postponed it till January.
Mr. Chairman, just on the other note, we do our ASB Provincial Committee meetings virtually, and they have worked very well. Mind you, there's 6-7 people there, so but it's not so much bigger than what we have here, but they've worked extremely well, actually.
And my ASHA meetings work very well too, but there's a different discussion around that table. There's more of a discussion of ideology at those meetings, I think, than there is getting down to the brass tacks.
And you have to have your agenda very well set as well.
Councilor Neitz?
I will put the motion motion on the table to, what's the wording?
Move
Move 'em?
Move it.
Accept them?
Accept, there you go.
Just a note, I see you didn't sign yours. And neither did Yvette.
Oh, yeah.
You got completely out on yours, so. What's that? No, was it hers or who, Yvette didn't sign somebody's.
They signed them, yeah, she forgot this one.
Well, I probably just forwarded it to, a couple of.
Bree didn't get anything. She was left out completely.
Yeah, I didn't notice that.
As I push, but I'll get them signed before the auditor's on my.
I think the resolution carries more legal weight than your signature anyways.
I've insulted.
Motion on the table from Counselor Neitz, all in favor? Carried. Lunch is here.
Make a motion that we recess for lunch.
All in favor?
my nephew.
Good afternoon. I will now declare the public hearing open at 1:02 p.m. I would ask that administration read into the record the councilors and staff attending the meeting. Members of public making submissions will be asked to introduce themselves at the time of this submission. And we will be reading both bylaw 1644-20 and 1647-20, land use bylaw amendment and rezoning bylaw as they're advertised together.
All right, so currently in council chambers, we have Nikki Thorstensen, Director of Communications, Andrew Brishik, Director of Municipal Services, Marlene Hansen, Executive Assistant, Yvette Cassidy, Chief Administrative Officer, Reeve Larry Clark, Councillor Ernie Gender, Councillor Cherie Neitz, Councillor Dave Grover, Councillor Wayne Nixon, Councillor Les Stulberg, and Councillor James Nyberg. Then through virtual attendance, we have Rick Green, Director of Operations, Sharon Larson, Tax and Assessment Clerk, Jacinta Donovan, Director of Planning Services, Kara McKenzie, Development Officer, Lorraine Hankins, Director of Recreation, and Rich Fitzgerald, GIS Coordinator, attending the hearing. And then we would ask that any public speaking in favor or opposition to either of the bylaws introduce themselves when they open. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Andrew, do you have it turned on? Because it says meeting has been recessed.
Showing you a different screen. How about now?
Okay, so it is on.
Yeah,
I just wanted-
yeah, but thank you.
I will now ask that administration read the nature of the proposed amendment into the record. Jacinda?
Thank you. So public notice, an amendment to land use bylaw 144310, bylaw 164420, and bylaw 164720. The County of Stettler has prepared bylaw number 164420 and bylaw 164720 to amend land use bylaw 144310. Bylaw number 164420 and bylaw 164720 received first reading from council at their November 10th, 2020 meeting and is now being circulated for further public review. Bylaw number 164420 proposes to amend sections of land use bylaw 144310 pertaining to sand, gravel, and surface mineral extractions for clarification purposes. Bylaw 164720 proposes to rezone an approximately 0.96 acre portion of the southeast 3818 west of the 4th from the agricultural district to the public service district. A public hearing on the proposed bylaws has been scheduled for December the 9th, 2020 at 1 p.m. electronically. The council meeting, including the public hearing, will be streamed live at youtube.com/Stettler County. You are welcome to join the live public hearing by teleconference by calling 1-800-309-2350 and entering the conference ID 152-9025, or by submitting written comments via email to jdonovan@stettlercounty.ca. The hearing will be chaired by the Reeve. Persons wishing to join by teleconference will be requested to state their name and address for the record upon being recognized by the chair. Council will hear verbal or written submissions from any person who claims to be affected by the proposed bylaw. Persons may make oral presentations via teleconference at the council meeting, regardless of whether or not they have provided written comments. A copy of the proposed bylaw is available on the county website at stettlercounty.ca. For more information about the proposed bylaw and the upcoming public hearing, or to send in comments, please contact Jacinta Donovan, Director of Planning Services, County of Stettler, Box 1270, Stettler, Alberta, or by email at jdonovan@stettlercounty prior to December the 4th, 2020. Following the public hearing, council may proceed with second and third reading to approve the bylaws. Should you require additional information, please contact the Planning and Development Department at 403-742-4441. Dated November the 20th, 2020. Jacinta Donovan, Director of Planning Services.
Thank you, Jacinda. The rules of conduct for this public hearing shall be as follows. Written submission shall be tabled first and read into the record. Verbal submission shall be considered second. To present verbally, please call into the meeting. The instructions for doing so can be found on the cover page of the agenda package and on screen now on your YouTube broadcast. Verbal submissions shall be limited to 5 minutes each and one verbal submission only per person. Councilors may ask questions of the speaker after each presentation for clarification purposes. There shall be no debate between participants through the public hearing, and any questions from the floor shall be addressed through the chair. I will now call for any written submissions in support of the proposed bylaw. Cinda?
We did not receive any written submissions in support of the bylaw.
Okay. I will now call for any written submissions in opposition to the proposed bylaw.
We did not receive any written submissions in opposition to the bylaw.
Okay. I will now call for any verbal submissions in support of the proposed bylaw. To indicate that you have a verbal submission in support of the proposed bylaw, please press star 5 on your phone now. Okay. In support?
So caller Stephanie LaRose Hadley, your line should be unmuted now. Please go ahead.
Thank you. I'm attending today SNR LaRose. I'm getting a bit of an echo.
Oh, hang on, I can try and fix the echo for you.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Oh, much better. So I'm attending today on behalf of SNR LaRose Trucking, which is a company that has operated in Stettler for nearly 50 years. This proposed amendment to bylaw 16440-20 will certainly impact business operations for SNR LaRose Trucking, and so I wanted to raise some of the concerns that we do have. First of all, we feel that there was a lack of consultation with stakeholders in regards to the impact that this change to the bylaw would have. Some of the requirements that are being added with the amendment seem to be somewhat excessive and will certainly increase costs. So both administration for the businesses who are operating.
Just a second. Go ahead, Larry.
Stephanie, this is more in opposition. This was supposed to be any phone calls in
support,
in
right?
support, so it would be next on our agenda. But
Sorry, it sounds like your position, just to clarify, your position is in opposition to the bylaw?
It is in opposition, so I will wait. Thank
you. Bet, thank you.
Are there any other?
No other hands raised, right?
Other hands raised? How long do we need to wait?
We've got several minutes now, so just call a second time.
Okay, is there any verbal submissions in support of the proposed bylaw? Press star 5 on your phone if there is. Okay, seeing none.
We can go back to Stephanie.
Yeah, we'll go back to you. We'll go back to you, Stephanie. There was just an order we needed to do that in, please. So it would be next on our agenda.
Sorry, it sounds like your position is in opposition to the bylaw? Sorry, go ahead. Sorry, can you say that again?
Hey, Stephanie, we had, I'm sorry that we cut you off there, but in order to keep an order for our public hearing, we needed to do that. So you can continue or start again, please.
Okay, sorry, I missed a portion of the communication because I think my phone was muted and then I switched over to the YouTube, which was delayed. However, I'm happy to continue if you would like me to do so now.
Yes, please do so now.
So yes, this is a comment in opposition to the amendment. First I would like to state that we feel that there was a lack of consultation with stakeholders regarding the impact that this would have to operations of this type of business. Also, some of the requirements that are being added to the amendment, such as an expert assessment on air quality and also the need to provide hours of operation, including start and end time and days of the week, are two changes that would make it very, very difficult for us to meet these recommendations. So specifically in regards to the air quality, there is a potential in high traffic areas where there is already a lot of traffic on the roads that dust could contaminate the air quality almost to more of a degree than what the pit operation may cause an impact. And in terms of hours of operation, I would like to point out that gravel business operators who are working in this type of construction are very much like agriculture and farm operators, in that when the weather supports business operation, we work, and when the weather does not support operation, we stop working. So in order to schedule hours and have an opportunity to know on any given day, week, or month what that operation may look like, that would be extremely challenging to determine. And then finally, just a couple of other things that I would like to include for consideration. During the current economic climate where small businesses are struggling to operate, this change to the bylaw would greatly increase the not only the cost for operations in terms of engaging with experts and professionals to prepare the documentation that is being requested, but it would also require much more administration, which will take away from the ability for business owners and staff to focus on operations. So at a time where we're trying to encourage and support small business and reduce red tape within our province, I'm having difficulty understanding why this requirement would be proposed now, and that is a question that I do have. I'm wondering why this change has been initiated, and if there has been a substantial number of complaints, for example, that were made that would require changes to this bylaw at this time. And that's everything. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie. Is there any questions to Stephanie from council? Seeing none, I will ask another call if there's any verbal submissions in opposition. And it is press star 5 on your phone.
James Marshall, you should be unmuted.
Oh, good day. How are you?
Good.
It's James Marshall here. I'm calling in opposition to the amendment of the bylaw. My understanding is it was mentioned from different members of staff and council at the last stakeholder engagement regarding the tarping bylaw and aggregate levy that they wanted nothing to do with this because they didn't have the knowledge of the staff to deal with this. I can't say I'll quote that, but that was my understanding from the meeting. Several sections in the bylaw, I believe, are flawed. You're wanting to change adding 17.8 after 17.7, and in the wording it says that the county will have discretionary essentially as to who is qualified in their opinion. It's very gray and very vague because I don't know how somebody can, in their opinion, challenge somebody's credentials. The wording is flawed and very poor. In that aspect, there should be credentials if they're going to criticize somebody else's credentials. Secondly, I would have to agree with the previous caller. Less red tape has been mandated out by this Alberta government at this time. This is lack thereof and is more red tape. Makes it harder for new businesses to develop, new businesses to compete. Just a question I have to council, if they're willing to answer it, is why is the county targeting this industry over the last year with all sorts of new bylaws and stuff? We're essentially competing with neighboring counties and stuff, and the restrictions aren't quite as severe. Stakeholders were not engaged in this discussion. I stumbled across this in an evening here and I was unable to write a written submission. I reached out to as many people as I could. Several I'm sure I've missed. More time is needed to assess the further impacts on industry and gather information regarding impacts to the industry. We did some quick phone calls as we could here because we had lack of time to get information. The air quality alone, we looked at, we contacted several contractors, but I assume that they're experts because I don't have credentials to criticize them at this given time. they give us numbers of $15,000 to $50,000 per site, and in your bylaw it states that, in your opinion, that they are not experts. So essentially, industry could spend $15,000 to $50,000 meeting a commitment of one requirement and have it thrown out in your wording states, in your opinion. Question I have is similar to LaRose, is how many complaints were warranting this change to the proposal? Several of the stakeholders, as I said before, are not aware of this proposed change. This amendment to the bylaw stating that a pit must have a code of practice in place prior to commencing work. This will have effects on projects in the community where Alberta government will release funds and stuff, and they're not going to be able to open a pit to compete. And that's the big thing I'm never in favor of, is non-competition. Always have and always will be. This will essentially favor and prop up businesses, is the way I see it. I think that, in my opinion here, the county should revisit this at a further date, get more involvement of the stakeholders here, and essentially fix this. It's flawed to no end as it sits right now, as I see it as a stakeholder. And that's everything that I have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, James. Any questions from council? Okay, seeing none, do we have any other speakers in opposition?
I had another speaker who I believe may have raised their hand. Oh, there it is again. Here we go. So Earl Marshall is on the line.
Go ahead, Earl.
You're unmuted now.
Yeah, I'm okay now. Yeah, this is Earl Marshall. I've been in business in the county of Stettler for 31 years. Larry, I just want to say right off the top here, I'm a little disappointed on the time limit for the county that we were to give our presentations. My presentation alone should take 5 hours. And for you as a county and a council and administration to only allow me 5 minutes to defend my livelihood and the livelihood of approximately 300 people in the ag industry is ridiculous. Anyway, I'll continue and I'll be as fast as I can. I am finding it very hard to believe that this bylaw is necessary. It's a vicious attack on one industry, which is the aggregate industry. We are, all of us combined together, is in the top 3 of employment for the county of Stettler. At this time, leaving my own troubles with the county behind, I don't know how you can just give 5 minutes. There's 14 families that rely on me, and I got to fight like hell for this. So anyway, I will proceed as fast as I can, and then whatever it takes, I will get the other 5 hours and 55 minutes through somehow. So to start with, right off the bat, I've been up against you guys for the last year, and looking at this bylaw alone, it's going to cost me $132,000 to get a development permit. And then the wise men of the Subdivision Development Board have the authority to say, oh, I don't think they were quite qualified. I think that is just flawed and ridiculous. In number C of your bylaw here, it says that I'm responsible for the trucks leaving my pit. You want on-site, off-site roads that we're going to use. May I bring it to your attention that you, me, the county of Stettler, or the RCMP cannot control a truck driver. For example, and then I'll move on, I'm referencing the county of Stettler's truck drivers and their staff that went into the county of Paintearth on county of Paintearth roads and started graveling. But yet you want me to control my trucks? I don't think so. The next one is number 1 on the next page. Show a map location of disturbance. Well, I realize you guys are not qualified in the gravel industry, but let me point out a few things. When we dig test holes 100 feet apart. We have no idea what's in between them holes. So for you to give us, for me to give you a detailed map is impossible. Okay, the next couple is strictly environment, and if you're not aware, the environment's about to slap the counties down, I guess because ones like yourself and other ones that are completely out of control when it comes to the environment, and they have operating authority, and the environment has last call, from which January the 1st or the 3rd, I forget the date I was told, you lose all these responsibilities. So I'll just skip down here to the next one. Experts report on air quality, noise, and everything from 400 meters. I operate in 5 counties. I run 7 pits. I've operated as close as 18 meters to a household, and I've only had one complaint. And that complaint was in the county of Stettler, and before the complaint was filed, a counselor went and talked to him to get him to do it. So anyway, I will move on some more. Why are you singling out the ag industry in wanting to control the days of weeks, the days, hours, and weeks of operation in the pit? Like I say, I've been in business I've been in one pit for 31. I've been in business for just about 50 years. I've never had a complaint on this. You have a noise bylaw that runs from 7 in the morning until 10 at night, and I've always managed to live within that. I've always had to live within that.
Okay, Earl, Earl, you're well over your 5 minutes now, so we.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Okay, can I just make one statement?
Yeah, I guess you make.
In signing this up, and go to the last. Like I said, Larry, it should take 5 or 6 hours. I mean, if the county can't afford that, what shape are we in? I'll direct your attention to the last page, where it says, if any portion of this bylaw is considered invalid in court, so you know it's coming right off the bat. And may I suggest to council to think about this really hard, and then maybe ask your administration how much you've spent on legal fees so far, because I'll tell you, you're going to have one hell of a fight on your hands on this one. Thank you very much for listening to me. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Earl. Is there any questions to the speaker? Seeing none, I would, any other, is there any other speakers in opposition or verbal submission in opposition? Calling for last time. It's star 5 to get in, if there is. Seeing none, I would now ask our development officer, as any presentation, to give clarification to the public hearing. Jacinta?
You're still muted, Jacinta.
So, as far as the consultation, well, we did our normal process for land use bylaw amendments. We advertised it in our local papers and on our website. So that is the procedure that we followed in this as well. And some of the other comments I'm not prepared at this time to respond to. So that would be the only concern that I would address at this time.
Okay, thank you, Jacinta. Are there any questions of clarification from council? Councilor Gender?
Page 102, the number 2 to Fifth.
Stop to hear you with the math.
Page 102. About the fifth or sixth line from the bottom, it just says a topographic map with a minimum contour index of 1 meter. The concern that I have with this one here is like you can have within a meter difference, you can have one line over top of one another. I just find that I'm not really sure whether we are addressing, say, like any back slopes within these areas. It's not really stating what type of slope that they should be minimum. Like we're looking at this, that it could be a direct cut bank up and down.
Mr. Chairman, could I interrupt with a point of order? I think that's not part of the public hearing. That's a discussion of the, when we discuss the bylaw later on.
Thank you, Councilor Nixon. So we can discuss that.
Thank you.
Okay, is there any other questions of clarification from council? Seeing no other submissions or questions, I will now declare the public portion of the public meeting closed at 1:29 p.m.
Thanks to the callers that,
Thanks to the verbal submissions that came in. Okay.
In the order of the day.
So we will go back on our agenda to 10.3 Land Use Bylaw Amendment for second and third reading, page 101 of our package.
When you said, Mr. Chairman?
101. You want to speak on that now, Councilor Good?
Yes, please. So,
Mr. Chairman, sorry, Councilor Jander, but as there is not supposed to be any debate with the public hearing, I just thought it would be better that we do it now that we're discussing the land use, the bylaw itself.
it's just like on page 102, like it's with the fourth, it'd be fifth or sixth one down, number 2. It just says a topographic map with a minimum contour index of 1 meter showing the predicted contours and drainage of the site after completion of the reclamation. The only part that I find in that one there, like they do not say when you're going to be reclaiming a pit, there should be a back slope showing on there. Like we could have a vertical 1 meter drop on there, one topographic line over top of the other one, and it could be a vertical line. We should be saying, okay, whether we, on a contour of it, whether we want to have a back slope, say if it's going to be 10, 15, so much of a degree slope on there, so that it is backed into being into practical farmland. And I don't see that anywhere in, say, like the bylaw.
Councilor Nyberg, please.
Mr. Chairman, and to all three of the individuals that phoned in, I think there is some ambiguity with the statement that those individuals are to be determined to be qualified by the County of Stettler. I think we should maybe look at that. And is there a way that we could put it in there that they are recognized by the provincial government as to be air quality certified? There must be a certification along that line somewhere, is there not?
The main reason that administration proposes the bylaw to exist in the way it does is because those certifications can change over time. What might be the accepted professional association or what might be a person's specific qualifications if there's no professional association there will vary from industry to industry and practice to practice. So whereas if you were, for example, wanting a geotechnical study of something, it's very easy to say that that geotechnical study shall be done by a member of APAGA, a geoscientist assigned by APAGA. But where there are not necessarily a professional association and it might be somebody with a set of credentials, it does, yes, it leaves it a little bit more gray.
However, that's also appealable. So if, say, a municipal planning commission did not find those plans acceptable based on the determination, that can be appealed to a subdivision development appeal board, whether it's appealed after a denial of a permit by MPC or whether the development officer processing the file indicates that it's an incomplete permit. That can be appealed as well if it was considered incomplete because it didn't have say a geoscientist signing off on it instead of a geoengineer or something to that regard.
No, that's fair enough. That makes sense to me. Then it leaves the door open for some interpretation, but it also, the individual that are dealing with it have the opportunity to present the case that their individual is qualified, right? So, okay, no, I'm satisfied with that. Thank you.
Any other questions? Councilor Neitz? We didn't really answer.
Yeah, sorry, we didn't really answer Ernie's question regarding the contour index. Yeah, certainly that could become an issue. There are, in the code of practice, minimums as to what those slopes can be. So that should be apparent from the reclamation plans as well. We could take a closer look and evaluate that impact in a scenario where you're looking at a straight cutoff versus graduated contour indexes.
Question?
Like relating to that, okay, when you excavate out a pit, you're not really sure where the gravel is going to be going. Like there could be pockets, this, that. I guess it would be up to every individual pit owner to build it at their own discretion. What types of slope? I would like to be able to say they will leave it into the best practice for being able to put it back into agricultural land. The other point that I'm looking at is 103, number 3, right in the very center. It says haul routes both on-site and off-site. I guess like within the site within it, you could be going many different directions. Like I just find whatever the pit is open, it is open within that area, like for haul routes. Because your stockpiles can always change to locations. Your setup of the equipment could be different. So I'm not really sure if we really need a haul routes within a pit itself.
I'll answer that one as well, Mr. Chairman. So in the case of interior haul routes, at that point, we're more concerned with the neighbors and the impact on the neighbors. So if MPC, for example, approved a pit plan where everything was on the south side of the quarter section, and we didn't concern ourselves and didn't allow ourselves to regulate where the hauling occurred on site, and they came in all along the north boundary, which is right next to, say, a homestead, it's prudent to have that considered at the time of the development so that that neighbor has the option of appeal and that it's known to them what that impact on their residents and their quality of life will be.
Thanks, Andrew.
Councilor Neitz?
No, that's fine. I was going to answer, Mr. It's about the neighbors. That's where it was.
Councilor Neitz, then Councilor Grover.
On page 102, number 7, I understand this point to mean the expert reports on air quality and noise and the resultant impacts of the development on existing residents within 400 meters of the disturbance area. I understand they only need this if there is a residence within 400 meters. If there is no residence anywhere near it, they wouldn't have to have a report on the air quality if there's no one living around that area, right?
That would be my interpretation, but I want to defer to Jacinta as well and confirm that's how it would be processed.
Yes, that would be correct, Councillor Neitz. We wouldn't require it if there were no neighbors within the 400-meter perimeter of the pit.
Councilor Grover?
Talk to the road and Ernie, and where you make them come out of their pit. It makes a big difference. Like in Big Valley, and Buffalo Jump, we had them come out of a different way because we didn't want them running across a bridge that wasn't too standard to have a gravel haul across it. There's lots of different things. And the guy that was doing the development there had no problem with that once you explained that to him, and Cookland didn't take them by the village of Scholar either. So that's why we do that.
Hey, Counselor Nixon?
Yes, I guess this question would be to administration and our planning department is concerning the red tape. Is there things in there that are going to be more onerous for the pit operator than it was before?
It's a higher review standard to establish greater expectations from both the operators, and they'll know what we're expecting of them for the next 5 years for each permit, as well as the neighbors and the public at large. It's to determine exactly what that operation should look like for the next 5 years. Though it is subject that should you have a significant amendment to a gravel plan or a pit plan, amendments can be processed through the normal course as well.
Any other questions or comments?
There was one comment in the public hearing about the hours of operation as it relates to, and I think this was drawn to ag. So the intent wouldn't be you shall be open, say 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. The intent would be you may be open up to 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Monday to Saturday, for example. You've seen MPC has assigned through some of its discretion in permits in the last couple of years or couple of months establish operating hours on them, or maximum operating hours on them. And once again, that's for the benefit of the neighbors to have a clear expectation of what that operation could run up to. So that's just been engaged in the gravel pit plan now as more of a requirement, so that becomes part of the information package that goes to the Municipal Planning Commission, so that there's an idea, not just municipal planning saying this is what your hours shall be maximum, but rather the operator saying this is what our hours sort of need to be to operate our business, and then it's just a better compromise between that. So we don't expect somebody to give us their 365-day calendar. We're saying a week at a time, what times can't you operate is really what it comes down to.
Counselor Neitz?
Again, my question would go to that, if their pit is not around any kind of neighbors, they could put that in their plan that we want to start at 6 and there's no neighbors around there.
That would potentially be at the discretion of MPC, but the requirement to sort of indicate what their planned hours should be should still be there, so that somebody who may look to develop nearby would know what to expect and whether or not they wanted to develop.
Can I just add to Andrew's comment?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Oh, yes, the hours of operation were already in the bylaw. It's not an addition. This wasn't, it was in our existing land use bylaw. It's an operating plan detailing the hours of operation. So this isn't a new item or that's being added.
Okay. Thank you, Jacinda.
You're welcome.
Okay, any other questions?
Just a comment, Mr. Chairman, that I certainly understand that, a couple of things that were said that on hours of operation that depending on the weather, and the project, you might have to start early in the morning and work later at night. But I can also see that if you have an internal roads network set up, that you could possibly work around that as well. So just a comment from me.
Okay.
Mr. Gender, are you okay with going with second reading then? I know you had some concerns about the back slope of it's mostly at the reclamation time, so I'm not sure
I believe that we need to have something put into there, because we are disturbing farmland. I would like to be able to see it return to a proper contour of farmland after that.
So the only thing, but My concern of turning it back to farmland is the individual may want to turn this back to recreational property or may want to turn it back to, if we designate it to be farmland, then that's what it has to be turned back to. What I'm saying is if we, and I get back to where Camrose County took their one pit and turned it into quite a nice recreational area with a waterway in it, and they planted some trees and there was some day use recreational available. And I'm not saying that that's what they're going to do. I just don't want to hinder or tell our operators that that's what they have to do in my case. So that's where I'm getting at in this. I think we need to leave the option for the owner of the land to do what they want to do with it.
As long,
you know what I'm saying in that sense?
As long as they reclaim it so it can be utilized. I do not want to see like any more of these open pits that we have seen in the past and not reclaimed.
And fair enough.
But the reclamation specs, as Andrew indicated before, would have a minimum.
A minimum standard, and that's what the 1 meter slope is, a minimum standard, not a max, right?
If I can just elaborate on that as well. The point of the bylaw is to require the plan for reclamation, and we've asked for what details, what kind of a use it'll be returned to, whether that's farmland pasture, farmland growing, those types of considerations. And then it's the Municipal Planning Commission's mandate to either approve that or deny that on the basis of whether that's an adequate reclamation plan or not. Because those reclamation plans may look different from quarter to quarter. And so we do still leave discretion to the Municipal Planning Commission, but we want to set the expectation that there is a sufficient plan proposed at the time of submission, and that can be amended. So say I, find a huge gravel deposit, just off of where I'd originally planned on my pit. Well, I can apply for an amended development permit, an amended AEP permits, to expand my operation, and many do. I mean, nobody really goes in and mines a full quarter just like that. It's phased approach.
I find on something like that, if it ever comes down to it and they want to redesignate the land later, it can be always done, taken from agriculture and they put into commercial or like anything else like that. But I would like to be able to see it that, like if it is reclaimed right now as farmland, that they do place the topsoil back on as evenly as possible. You cannot.
I think that's what they're saying here, that this has to have a plan to it within 1 meter, so.
It has to be approved though.
Yeah, and it has to be approved, just like anybody else's reclamation plan would be approved.
But on here, they're saying topographic. And all it is they just show lines on what every meter on what it is. They could be overlapping one another, which means that that's going to be almost a vertical wall.
But that's their plan, and at that point, you would say that.
Look at item 4 on that same page, sorry, just under the reclamation, that the details related to the subsoil and topsoil replacement and compaction need to be a part of that plan as well. That's separate from the topographical map, but it is a consideration across the entire pit operating portion, is how much subsoil and topsoil is going to be there when you're done replacing it, and what's the compaction going to look like.
It's all part of the reclamation plan.
Correct.
I would be agreeing with you, Mr. Gender, if it was a case that we didn't ask them to do a plan at the time, but part of the PLIT plan makes them do a reclamation plan, which gives them that opportunity to tell us what they plan on doing with it.
And our site plans on Oilfield had to meet what the surrounding land was.
Yeah.
Unless there was an agreement between the landowner and the company on, they may want to be putting bins there or something after, and then it all had to be approved or.
It was very strict in the oil patch. Thank you.
Well, I'll give you a second reading then, Mr. Chairman.
Any questions, concerns?
Actually, we did that backwards. We probably should have had second reading and then discussion, but
That's
all right.
Any other questions? All in favor?
I'll give you third reading, I guess, too.
Thank you, Councilor Nyberg. Questions or concerns? All in favor? Carried. So, bylaw 1647-20 rezoning bylaw for second and third reading, page 119 of our package.
of that as well.
Okay. Discussion or questions? Seeing none, all in favor?
I'll give you third reading, Mr. Chairman.
Councilor Nixon? Questions, concerns? All in favor? Carried. That takes us to our councilor committee reports. Was there any questions to any of the reports or any clarification from any of the submitters? Councilor Neitz?
I thanked Les for going out and finding that information for me, for how many municipalities there were that belong to the Parkland Regional Library System.
You're welcome. I knew it was 60 some, but that wasn't too accurate, so it was 64.
Councilor Spielberg?
And then just a little update on FCSS. James did a good report there, but since that report, I found out something new that I guess this year with COVID has hit the poinsettia industry pretty hard, and Stettler FCSS was able to purchase some poinsettias at a better price, and so they're giving every resident of every senior lodge in Stettler each their own poinsettia for Christmas.
Sure. I don't get to buy Mama poinsettia. That was her gift to me.
Councilor Grover?
When you need it, I'll pass these. I'll move these.
Any other questions or comments? Motion to accept. All in favor? Carried. Consent agenda items. 12.1, Red Deer River Watershed Alliance. Update with the 2019-2020 annual report, 225 of our package.
If there's no questions on either one of those, I'll give you a minute to receive for information. Russ, did you want to talk 855?
Oh, he's done now.
Yeah, that's good.
And it's nice that, just nice that the minister appreciated our thank you, so that was great that he corresponded back, yeah.
Just remember Highway 12, okay?
Yeah, I'll get on that.
And we've got a motion to accept. All in favor? Carried. In-camera session. Request for tax deferral payment plan.
I'll take you into camera, Mr.
All in favor? tentatively. And
We made it, adjourn.
all in favor?